Oh no. Imagine. Oh yeah. Papa Bluey. Need a third screen, dude. Once you start using two screens, you're like, oh man, this would be so much better if I had three screens. Well, no, did you try this new one? Did you try the new one that you just got? Oh. Thank you for the follow, sardines. Yeah, that's usually a driver's issue. Which sucks, cause that's the only thing that messes up my my Twitch or my OBS is like um anything like that like kind of like crashes will literally delete my drivers. But I mean, maybe that's just like a me thing. I do have an old GPU now. Oh, you're in the menus. Do you want to play the big? Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's oh, make sure it's not. Well, I don't know. What kind of yeah. On solo victory pose. He's just facing away. I see. Well, welcome in, everyone. Hello. Yeah. See what cool. Oh, that's pretty cool. You could do like different eras. You could do that with the like with the multiplayer matches. Yeah. Me personally, I kind of like the Clone Trooper era though. I mean, maybe it's like true to like the game, but I feel like the multiplayer is only up to like 40 players, so 20v20. Yeah, I mean, if it's like trying to be Battlefront 2, the old one, the map sizes would kind of be small for that. What if there's custom servers or something? I didn't notice this at first, but there is a starfighter assault. It's only ships. Yeah, two teams of pilots take control of fighters. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly that's the best way to get used to the aerial combat. Because you like constantly spawn in and there's like bots and stuff. There's bots in the regular lobbies too. We'll figure that out. They populate. What do I do with this point? It looks sick. Okay. Start. Open up. Ooh, that's a good one. Read it. Rich man. I upgrade this one. Hello. Hello. Welcome in, Tinker Willie. Hello. Here for the likes. I'm a little sniffly today, so sorry about that. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I usually like only get like a little bit of time at the end of the day. I always try to get on as soon as possible, but you know, sometimes pretty late. Yeah, it's this game is very intensive, so like I'd be like very laggy. I'm gonna try to work on something, so it's like yeah. So I have like a I want like a low resource hog version and then like a high one that like I can use on certain games and other stuff, but I gotta work on that stuff. How be it takes time. Are you heading in? Ooh, yeah. Make sure you pack everything that you can for optimal enjoyment. I always pack my what would you call it, like portable gaming? Yeah. Usually most places have like quick wash you can do. Like doing that traveling low light. Alright. Got it in? Yeah, I sent it. Like, huh? Oh, is it different? Ooh. Aw, I hope you have a good night, Tinker Willie. Sleep well. Is it the resolution that's like stretching it? Yeah. Fix it? Alright. I can't invite you. And Shift F1 is apparently. I do not see it. No, I know, but it doesn't show. Oh yeah, there it is. I don't know. Just go to play. We could do supremacy. So go to multiplayer. What are you gonna do? Pick whichever speaks to you. The rebellion. Age of the Intifada. Meow. Meow. Oh, thank you for the likes, my dog. Welcome in. Annie. Annie. Annie, come on, Annie. Aw. Thanks, mental health. Thank you for sharing the live too. Ooh, gonna be okay. Okay. They're needed for? Oh, resume. Be heavy. Okay, mental health. Hope to see you soon. We wait. We need 4 more players. Yodel. Oops, somebody. If people are leaving. People are joining. Don't worry, don't worry. Look at that, starting. Yeah, I mean, when does the game come out? 2018? Not profitable, buddy. They don't want to make it. If they don't want to make money. That sucks. Things. And you know what it probably is? It's probably an AI decision, too. We aren't making Star Wars because this my AI 7 foot tall
Why the Imperials
girlfriend
have taken a sudden
told me
interest in
so.
Tatooine is anyone's guess. But we're gonna give them a warm...
Yeah, it is. You can change guns, but you need to unlock a lot of them. I'm not too sure.
Secure and
This
hold
dude's just
those
shooting
command posts
civilians.
against the Imperials.
No, they what?
Command post Oryx is ours.
Or you could just smash your keyboard a little bit. What they do. Sometimes. Who is throwing up this?
Weapons online.
Put it behind us? Just reset the default and then do it again. Oh. Look, you can go in the air. But I think it's only one person. Craft side. Get him. Oh, I'm down. It's not bad. You gotta adjust. You should adjust the sensitivity. I think. Kind of fun when you like look around. Oh, there's a big guy in the air.
We no longer control position Oryx.
Oh, he's here. Darth Vader. Oh, it's just. Me. Careful, he's right there. Oh. The music I listen to now is jizz.
General Solo is here.
The solo? Solo. Vader, no. Daddy, no. Looks like they're of 9 levels. Try snipers. There's a lot of closed hallways where it's really useful. This is not the. Yeah. Exactly. Darth Vader's. Get enough battle points, become Yoda.
Diversion.
270 damage. Oh, he has purple shit. Y'all.
Red Squad here. Tell us where you need us.
Got another.
Oh. God.
Let's see Lando. Elite ally on the ground!
We're getting Jedi support. Luke Skywalker is here.
Luke. Was that guy? Hell chest. That guy is way too good. That's fine. Oh wait, auto populates? It's kind of cool. Hopefully it doesn't need all 4 players. I mean, the story's great, but it's only single player. Oh yeah, Camino. Camino. Camino.
The assault plan requires the capturing of enemy positions for the area to be secure. Expect high casualties. Proceed. Enclosed command post must be secured before we can proceed with my plan.
Those clones. the tight quarters. Get the stuff ahead. Objectives. Good way to level up though.
Stage 1 successful as expected. New commands incoming. Clone troopers now hold these positions. Capture them.
On point. Shoes. We found these nuts. Okay. Ooh, nice. Are they shooting at me?
Has joined the clones. Second phase completed. New assault directives incoming.
Hell yeah.
Assault plan revised. These positions
Oh,
must
it's
be
Yoder. What's this guy's name? Fuck.
Dark side is not to be feared, but embraced.
What's this guy's name? Like Charles something?
I'll show you.
Love this guy's.
How pleasant of you to join us.
This guy? Christopher Lee. Something like the actual person. I think it's Christopher Lee. Oh, I'm down. my god, he did the See, that's the problem when you lose a little too much, you can't get those like special characters that help the battle. You could like
Master Yoda has joined Republic forces.
oh sh etiquette there. Ooh. Etiquette there.
Republics crumble. True power, not so easily. Break them before you.
Ah.
Kenobi has joined the Republic forces. Republic forces are close to collapsing. One last attack will finish them. Ready to advance. Capturing this last enemy position will equal overall battle victory. Conditions acceptable. Continue.
Defeated him. Big boys. Bosk.
You called for a bounty hunter.
Basket here. Fire.
Leave your masters. Train under me.
He's stuck.
Attack
Hooray.
successful and sector secured.
We
My
separated them.
tactical genius has served the Separatist alliance well.
Is it? What is it gonna? Yeah. Ooh, go. Yeah. Bye. Bike. It lets you, right? Just let you buy crates, right? What are we doing? We do it like the aerial assault thing. Play, there, and more. Starfighter assault. Yeah, you could use it. Nah, they're all one seaters. That's what I don't like. Cause was it like the original Battlefront? Like you could sit in like some of them, like two seaters. I remember you could like actually land at the ships. It was like it'll be like destroy like the shield generators and then like enter the ship. Welcome back. Thank you for the likes. Yeah, did you see how big the update is? 100 gigs. I still can't play it. Remember it like crashes every time? Yeah, don't you remember? You're like, oh, we'll play Destiny, and then it crashes 5 seconds in. That's why we couldn't play it. I would be playing it right now if I could, but I really can't. Who do we see? Oh, that's sick. Oh, nice. Yeah, apparently they're reworking the whole thing, but yeah. Going to edge my fate. I love seeing Christopher Lee stare into my screen. Dequar?
The first order is here. Let's
Let's hope these field generators work.
You're gonna cockpit view? I'm not too sure if you can. You do need to. The reason other people are stronger is because there's like a.
Field generator plating was rushed. Keep those ties from landing a lucky shot.
No, it's just like skill cards.
Target destroyed.
Oh.
No
Is.
time like the present, Blue Squad.
My engine's just flamed out. I'm a goner.
Just farm bot.
Sensors indicate enemy starfighters have joined the battle.
Should be able to run them all. Hi. Oh, okay. Bye.
Time to join the fight.
Wow.
Going.
Nice work.
That's for Hockey and Prime. Locking in on your ship. Break yourselves, everyone.
Dying.
I'm going down.
Yeah.
You've been hit.
Whoa.
Gear up, Blue Squad. Just collided with something.
Just slow down.
So much for me. Good luck.
Got him.
In a lot of trouble.
Taking damage.
Stabilizer.
We gotta destroy those.
Getting ready for my attack run.
Looks like you gave him the slip.
Well, this is probably it for me. Think I shut one down.
They've disabled our generators. Focus on the enemy starfighters while we try to get more online.
Come on. Hold together.
Oh, that blew up. Okay.
Torpedo launch.
Skilled pilots can use generators to their advantage.
What does that mean?
Watch out! No longer a problem. You did it! Enemy ship down.
The generators need your protection.
Thrust engine.
You see why it wants a VR mod for it. Oh, did you switch use? Did you?
Let's do what we came here for.
But you can't.
Goodbye. Systems report looks dire.
Let's try to get through this in one piece.
That's for harmony of kind. My T-70 is severely damaged.
Nice.
Keep it up.
This is unbelievable.
Boba Fett. I have some points.
All systems go. I have an internal.
Who died?
Enemy destroyed.
Not gonna make.
Oh yeah. I like this song. Chew my
Defend the
balls,
field
chew.
generators. They're under attack. We've nearly held back their advance wave. If we just take out a few more of their fighters, our people should be able to escape.
Losing power.
Everyone see that crash?
There's 6 reinforcements left.
Help them push through, squad.
I can.
What?
Held them off for as long as we can.
Yeah.
Our people will live to
Wait,
fight
were you
another
first
day.
person or third person? You should try first person, especially on that widescreen. Just press C. Ooh. Oh, scope.
Take out
You're number 4.
This is for Starkiller.
Oh, now we get to be the bad guys. Equip and unlock cards. Make sure you do that. Spend your points that you got. Because there's increased torpedo damage. Different stuff. Yep.
Entering attack mode.
If the resistance get that scrap heap operational, it may prove dangerous. Focus fire.
Going in. Deflector shields offline.
Fighter destroyed.
Oh no.
Looks like I'll have to finish this myself.
That's like a little too AFK, you know, reducing. Annie, you could be like Eddie's slaver. What's that guy's name? Probably something so stupid. It's like G-Bar or something. Fuzzy. You're the host. I think so. Yeah, right? Are you? Is this the same one? Ooh.
Republic
Droid.
forces are targeting our tractor beams in an effort to free their cruiser.
Sick.
Threat detected. Republic light cruisers incoming. Enemy bombers breaking through. Intercept.
Threat detected. Location. Ah.
Republic cruiser has sustained critical damage. Continue fire.
Ship taking fire.
Oh, I love this era because you can play as those cool. You know the like in episode 3 they have like these cool Jedi's like starfighters. Yeah, you get to be one of those as Yoda.
That will help our chances.
Republic cruiser destroyed.
No, I mean the Millennium Falcon's here, so it's not really canonical.
Enemy bombing runs detected.
Oh, there we go.
Evasion successful.
Yeah, it's kind of immersive. You know? How's it look on the on the widescreen.
Making contact.
You can take out the.
Abort. 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 Assault initiated.
Some little
Detecting
shit.
damage. Tractor beams critical.
Gonna dig other people.
I expect you to continue the fight.
The cruiser.
Odds continue in our favor. High probability of failure noted.
Tractor beams destroyed. Continue general defense.
Cruisers are pushing.
Quite effective.
Analyzing battlefield.
Reinforcements arrive.
Oh, no.
Separatist dreadnoughts. Odds of success increasing.
I am needed elsewhere. Continue.
Our protectors at 100.
Underestimate me at your peril.
Alert.
Orders. Prevent Republic forces from destroying communications array.
Versio Inferno Squad standing by.
Fire on enemy bombers.
Oh, boy. I love.
Got them all in my sights.
Warning. Republic bombers are firing on our forces.
None will escape.
If our communication array is disabled, our ability to call reinforcements will be hindered. Only one Republic cruiser remains.
We'll meet again, friend.
Our ship's taking fire.
Victory
You're like, we're losing.
Successful.
But in the end, it turned out alright. Rest now. The Republic is gone. I don't know why, but I keep thinking Deck Rex is like a bot or something. It dies so easily. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Ooh, you see, there's a city-run. What was it called? A city-run grocery store being proposed in Worcester, Boston. They're already like shitting on it, but if like anywhere near here can do something like that, I think we can pressure a lot of different cities to start doing stuff like that. Because they're like, oh, how are we gonna make money? What are we gonna do? But like that stuff is like, even if it like is like penny returns, it's still gonna definitely generate revenue. I mean, if like, because like, it's gonna probably most likely be locally sourced if they can keep costs down compared to any store. It wouldn't be so bad. Oh, you're already in a game. I thought you weren't.
Taking the lead.
It like shut me out for some reason.
Any chance we need to
I
get our
joined
ship
though.
out of those tractor beams.
I joined you. I joined you.
Losing structural integrity. You're being targeted. Entering combat.
It's supposedly a TIE fighter. Just-
Can't take any more. Republic bombers inbound. Keep those clankers off.
I think it's destroyed.
Cruiser destroyed. We'll take care of them.
Whoa, Darth Vader.
Friendly bombing run initiated. The bombers were shot down before they could reach their target. I'm out.
Yeah, I mean it happens in thingy. Sometimes there are hackers too, like all Battlefield games.
Our numbers are starting to thin. Wrap this up fast or we'll need to withdraw.
Give me something I can shoot.
Did you kill him? Oh. Oh. Defeat?
We've met our match. Retreat while we still can.
Remember the 8th Republic. Replicate these balls. You think if you like they can make a bunch of clones of you, what changes would you make? Just I just so give like the legs abnormally long, but like none of the rest. Yeah.
They've taken the bait. Time to spring the trap.
Huh? What? What? Okay. Yeah, that's the ship I like. I like that ship.
Taking the field.
It's not defenseless. Destroy those generators. They power that laser.
That's for Hosnian Prime.
It's Baharjnian. And Skarblarzian Bar.
No time like the present, Blue Squad. Got one. Firing missiles.
Let's get in there.
Our fighters have arrived. Keep the First Order from destroying them.
You wanna play some No Man's Sky?
Pretty sure I got him.
Demolish those generators. Our fighters made it through. Good work.
So long.
You gonna head to bed soon?
Brace yourself.
Afraid I have to report. We lost them.
Sorry, but thank you.
Trash those generators.
Let's do what we came here for. Enemy down.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even return the DLC, so I'm gonna have to find a way. I just had to like suck it up and like talk to them like
That bunker buster's running on empty.
it's like
Do
talking
what
to
you can
like
to keep it in the
AI.
fight.
They're not.
Everyone see that crash?
No, I mean no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like they're like so unhelpful that it's like taking it, talking to an AI because they'll like repeat the same question and be like, hey, can you like tell me this and like oh tell me this again.
One of ours just experienced a fatal loss of velocity.
They don't understand like questions sometimes. So like you can tell like a lot of like customer service has been outsourced sadly in like a lot of these games. Like
My ship's disintegrating around me!
it's like probably going through Google Translate like repeatedly. It's not fun for anybody. But,
Well
you know,
done. The turbo lasers are down. Start thinning out those ties. Bunker buster destroyed.
they can get through to them. It's like it's weird because it's not. Like, how do you say it? Like, when I enter the game, it tells me, "Hey, you got this new DLC." And when I try to play it, and it goes, "Are you sure you want to put it on this account?" And I go, "Yes." And it goes, "That account doesn't have access to the game." And I tried to like explain to them, like, I'm like, I, I have access to the game. Yeah. I, s- I sent them screenshots, but they don't understand. They're well, I'm sure like they can't even like access the system to like. They're just like telling people, "Oh, have you tried this?" Like no. But I can tell like all of this is like extra steps so that they make sure people pay for their stuff and use their proprietary like software to validate that they have the games. Because that software wasn't there before. They added that recently. Yeah, we'll see. Are you gonna play this or? I feel that. I feel that. I mean, in Sky like would be nice to play because I can basically show you exactly how to get the best. Yeah. 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 It's a little bit of a slow start, but honestly, a lot of the slow start is just figuring out what goes together. You know, like a bunch of recipe stuff. So, but luckily, I got most of it. Uh, it'll be quick. I'll just bring you some stuff and then literally be off into space. The best part of it, I think, is the base building. So I guess get ready mostly for base building if you'd like. It is very beautiful to look at. Alright, you gonna head to bed? Or oh, I no. Yeah. I honestly kinda wanna play RuneScape. I was I got what is it called? Found like a different method to do stuff. Maybe not what do you call it? Like good money making, but like I think people have been buying these things called Dragonstone amulets. You know what those are? Dragonstone? You know Dragonstone? That's like a gem? No, in RuneScape. Huh. It's I think it's basically like the same thing that you use for like you know the Ring of Wealth or Ring of Fortune, I think it is. Something like that. It's basically like an enchanted ring that like you use a specific spell to enchant it. But this one, when you enchant it, it turns into something called a power bracelet. So like it does the same thing as like those other like things where it'll like teleport you somewhere, I think. You can recharge it. But I was able to I tried it at first just to see because I need it for like crafting. That's what I was mostly using it for. But I figured like I was like, let me try selling it. And it sold for like a couple mil. And I went to a gold spot. I started farming some gold over there. And like that cut like the cost in half, so I 10 mil off. 1,000. Which is good because I need it for XP, so have you done any of the scaling? Or the beach? No? You know, I got my strength too. No, I got my strength too. No, I wish. At 88 right now. But scaling any like attack stuff is so bad right now. I was doing the method that you're doing before for that stuff, and it's a little bit of a grind. It's a little bit of a grind, but I got it to before. I start Nice. The only reason I'd say like skilling is good right now because the apparently the martinis or the cocktails are actually available to use outside the beach. They gain 2x when they're used at the beach, but anywhere in the world right now while the beach event is active, you can actually use it for XP gains, 10%. Bunch. So like purple is like a artisanal skills. Just look at the wiki for it use. Thinking if what was it? Do you need crafting, right? Uh you needed to get to 80 for the new skill, right? Okay. Just checking. At World 2 right now. You, how are we doing with the smithing? I think we left it at like wasn't I like mining? We need you in the war. Well, well, you were in like the area that was. Oh, I was doing a lot of the beach stuff. I got like a lot of the pets. I have some tradable stuff for you. Oh, if it's like oh, it's only item. Doing a lot of smith for the primal stuff or was it primal ingots? What world are you in? See if I can trade these to you. In the GE or I'm thinking of like trying to find a lot of dragonstone because that's what is very expensive. If I can find a way to like actually get tons of it, make a lot of money. But the gold isn't too bad. There's a place that you can like basically mine one vein forever. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. Yeah. Give me 1 second, I need to use the bathroom again. Alright, hello? Yeah. It would work. I think there's 5 options, so you can use that. Let's do. How much was it worth there? 88,000? Not worth much. Yeah, just to make sure you get those, yeah. I'm sure you would have appreciated those. It's all drops now. Oh, you have to get Claudia. Look, here is. What I got. Here it is. Yeah. Collar, my pet. Claudia. You don't see them? The giant. Huh. they're on the road. Can you interact with them? Cover. Oh, that's great. Just members. Was there some like things we were doing for purple? Hell yeah. A hat? Old clothes. You have all the UNs and stuff. Are they? Dang. It's only equipped because I had it on in days, but it's literally useless in this world. It's sad. I have a rune set just in case. Yeah. But for the 20 year? Love me, Jet, love me. Look at this one, look at this. And I turned into an alpha wolf. And then I turned into an alpha. Longer than a year for my 10 Dang, you gotta spend more time in game or? I have my 15 year? The 20? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the same place I made mine. Why is Alright, what skill are you bringing to 99 next? Scythe? Damn. Like it? No idea? Come! Come! Yeah, come on. Yeah, it's apparently rare, but it'll say Claudia's dropped her clippings or something. Yeah, you have to kill Claudia 50 times for something, I forget what. But she pops up in the middle, it'll start raining, so you gotta make sure you do it quick, because sometimes there's a lot of players. What are you gonna go for? Excellent. I wanna do. Are you enjoying the beach party? Claudia trills with excitement. We could go visit Claudia. It's been a while since you've seen each other. That's it. Or now we could just focus on exploring the dungeoneering hole instead. That's beautiful. One. Do we need we need hunting for? We need it for anything? The hook a duck here is what? So make sure you drink your cocktail. Oh, and keep the water balloons. You can burst them or pop them for XP. I can't play. flashlight is for range if you need. What's your range at? Ooh. Engineering hall? You're a big fan of the engineering hall. Yeah. Is it dead? Can you... There's no use in it? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of servers have become hidden use servers, you know? There's like secret spots in servers or what they use it for. You do quests, huh? I still haven't done the bar crawl. What does that do? Isn't it like a precursor for something? I remember like you were saying a lot before about the importance of finishing bar crawl. Oh, that's what it was. I still have Monkey Madness on. Yeah. What is there use for? Is it just Dragon Scimitars and that's it? Trying to get into like a dwarf area, but I forget.
From beneath the azure sea, a vision
Oh,
right over me. A marble
that's what I heard. Like
at my feet,
people doing a bunch of quests just for
across the
treasure keys.
easy walk became a run. Took that path towards the sun. Grains of sand dance and thrum as a flame upon a drum.
access to ancient magics.
There I met a laughing sage, narwhal nose, and eyes of flame. Come, he said, my errant son. Your journey has just begun. A quest to you I must impart. A journey to the ocean's heart. A wading go. Call loud and hail.
Should do some quests.
The white whale.
So what do we need for those ice dragons? Gotta check what I can wield. At 84 right now.
There I stood. The
Sadly, there's no defense, only strength working out.
opened wide. Shadow fell. And there I lay. Never knowing night or day. Shivering. Hunger packed. Could only listen.
Yep.
Black. Yet somehow I became whole. Floating there. In the ocean soul.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tide lapped.
Uh-huh.
My opened eyes beheld a beach. Was no surprise. The sage gone. Sand stretched long. Still I heard the ocean song.
Yeah.
When sun sets,
Yeah, I've been doing
rise. Still I hear the whale's cries. Now when I walk,
yeah, but try to do that. I think I heard that strength
always the song.
what was it? Like
Ocean
changes the max output you could put, right? That's what I was doing those. Well, we could stay on the beach for strength. The strength is right here. I'm trying to grind the strength right. Got the combat ability frenzy. There's the deck heal. Strength. Honestly, just vibing to the soundtrack is the best. It had a lot of cool sounds. Back. I hope this isn't like too nerdy for you, because this is very nerdy. I am literally grinding virtual points on a video game that I've played since I was like 8. What? Pinky. What? Joe Rogan is a god. Joking. That guy's lost his mind. Have you seen? It's a lot of Jamie, you know, having to say to Jogan, hey man, chill out on that, on saying weird stuff. Plus, the people he's been having on are like, like some of them are like active neo-Nazis. He's like, I guess I gotta have everybody's opinion. Let me listen to yours too. It's I mean it's yeah, yeah. I have one level of crafting left. That's why I was looking to do more in that stuff that I was doing, the Dragonstone gauntlets, because I could do. I think if I do around 2,000, it should get me the level that I need. Oh, Claudia. But yeah, if you do that, I get like that much over there. So laggy. Oh, I don't have anything. I don't know why I always love 2H's. Without taking a lot of damage. Now it's what? Wizardry? Magic? Yeah. Yeah. She's supposed to disappear in like 15 minutes if she's not, yeah. Welcome back, mental health. Hello. Hello. Thank you for the likes. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. Okay. It's done. Apparently it's really hard for her to kill people. Because her damage is basically output on how much your health is. If you just run away, you'll be fine. Okay. So, if you... like, when you get hot enough, like, do you have any, anti? Yeah, use those. Those will help, but, yeah. Do it now. It helps with XP too. So you could only use 3 ice cubes a day, but it's full if you have any of those like shakers. Use them to like do the one that you're like actively farming. You could continue past. And on the weekends, usually it's like a heat wave, so the heat doesn't matter, and you'll just be able to keep going. Oh, for the dungeoneering hole, I think that one uses the purple lumbridge. Do you have any of the purple lumbridge? The cocktail. Trade them to you? I could trade them to you. Is that purple lumbridge? Dungeoneer. No, it's lemon sour. Get some for you. Alright, let me... So many people there. Can't trade this item, okay. Not too sure if those things are members only. The gems. Cause yeah, I need to get that invention because apparently you can make something called a golem suit, and that'll help with gold farming. Cause there's these things called living golems or living rocks in the living caves, and that's where those whatchamacalls it, the gold, concentrated gold veins are. How are your money making schemes going? Yeah, I have 6K like incense logs or incense sticks or something. No, I was supposed to give it to you or something. Like, cause I was chopping yew logs and then making those into yew sticks or incense sticks. I have 6K of them. I have some dust. I can make them, but let me see. What do I have? Most fire making. To under fire making. Members only. Alright. Oh, I thought it was fire making. Let me run out of the supplies that I have. Okay. Remember, went through it fast before. Went through it fast. Buying house. Yeah. Well, I was doing a lot of that. I did like a lot of like just like not looking and grinding for the making the sticks, but like the ash I did kind of quick. Yeah, that kind of stuff I don't mind. Not too bad. Going to World 2 because usually a lot of people have those. What do you call it? Beasts. How much were these selling for again? Oh. Per piece? Yeah, that's alright. Usually I just like check the and that's what I did before with the gauntlets because like I basically doubled my money with it because I spent 4 mil to get 10k like not 10k to get 1k dragonstone. Huh? Yeah. Okay. What is that? Well, weren't we bypassing some of that with just by like just by cutting the U ourselves and cutting it. Like, I have you. Oh, we need to do magic? I mean, I can keep chopping. What is it? Chopping those vines. Get to 80. Or just do more you chopping. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm already making a U log. Oh, okay, okay, okay. But you need fire. Fire making. Magic. Oh no, Infernal Magic Sticks is 75. 82 actually. So you could actually give me the sticks now if you want. Oh, true. But I had to buy them? Can I buy them? Yeah. Fire. Nice. Give me 1 second. Oh, sorry, TV. And AGV. It is looking so good. I love the classic UI. I want to steal it. Dude. What if I use the RuneScape classic brown UI for like stream items? Like I just make things look like it, so like I'll make redeems look like it. Something. You know how like people use UI to like say, hey, like here are my like social links, like there's a follower goal, and like whenever a follow pops up, like certain UI, I should just use A classic brown one. Right. Old guy, yeah. Here. Here's my thing. I love. Sure. Is it? Cosmetic override is called. Love those. I'm glad I got the chicken one. That alright. Yeah, get in the season. Oh, you still in the thingy? At the bank? Which bank? At the. I was doing some. I just have the one, sadly. Mining, just because I was like. I was so obsessed with getting materials. What happened? New World 3. What is this song? Black Zabeth. Ooh, you have to 99 cooking. Does it give you any like sick recipes? Alright, so what was it? Somebody is holding a mammoth? Up it? What are you telling me? Oh, you're trading. That. I do not. That. And where? Oh, I saw the override. Yeah, I said it was 60 mil. Holy moly. Pushing lamp. Oh. Yeah, lamps are the best. That's alright. I love it. It's the best way to get rid of. Yeah. 9200. Halfway point. Oh lord, 92 is halfway point. Trade it back to you. I'll keep it in my bank. Use it. That's true. Alright, gonna do thing of the wood. Yeah, I feel like if we get the ability to eliminate one source of like having to buy stuff for making things, will that's why. uh, yeah, is it is that like only members only? Is chopping ivy only members? Oh, that's so holy moly. Yeah. With the dwarves? Yeah. Is, do the dwarves have like a gambling? Do they have like illegal gambling? I want to gamble. Is there gambling in RuneScape? I feel like I still don't know anything about the game. But I love it. I love it so much. There's a 99-cent one. Just get that one. Don't go crazy because you don't even know if you're gonna, you know. I still buy like the $4 one. Oh. And also the pineapple TD beach cocktail actually helps with feeling this aspect. I don't know how I messed up my UI where instead of like the XP being in the top middle, it's in the bottom right corner. Looked everywhere for tips, but nobody gave me a straight answer. Ooh. Max luck enhancer ring. What does that do? Is that for drops? I feel like I'm always looking for ways to make money, but so. Ooh, yeah. Okay, yeah. That sounds sick. Yeah, a lot of things that I have or that I see is like you gotta do some quests and no, I'm not that new, but I have very like knowledge comes to me in like pieces for this game. It's like I learned new things about the game like in certain aspects. Alright, alright. I am already there. Do you know something of called the Max Luck Ring Enhancer Ring? Max Luck Enhancer Ring. Apparently it's for a better loot table. I'll look it up. Ugh. It's alright, man. Ooh, look at the dwarves it's called. You know what? How much is it worth? Damn. I have 10 mil right now, but I'm working on that. I'm just gonna start mining gold. Use it to finish the last level I need for divination. No, not divination, for crafting to get that invention skill. Gee. Hazelmeyer's ring? Hazelmeyer? That sounds sick. Where does it drop from? The best I can. Up a tree evilly. Last month. Wait, you must be using the Imacando. What? What's your level? Yeah, Imacando or something. Hatchet. For wood cutting. Hey, look at it. Yeah. have tier 4 luck? Yes. Not getting anything. It used to be more. Yeah. Oh yeah, that might be me too. My internet's very bad. But it's alright. Hope it works out for you. Yeah. I have it low for what is it like? Oh damn. That's crazy. I have it like lowered too for like my internet because it's kind of bad. But that's weird that you can't downscale. Chocolate Factory is the name of the song. It was very ominous. Are you gonna head to the back of a rock castle? There's another guy here. Welcome back, mental health. Hello. Chopping Ivy in the game of Runescape. Thank you for the likes. Hell yeah. I like this song called Jungle Island. If you could live in the jungle, would you? You would live that true Colombian life. I'm so sorry, Aeon ATV. I know. We need better internet. Everyone deserves better internet. That's what I think. I think in the world of internet, we need internet at all time. Also, we're gonna get the news. Or play RuneScape. That's the only thing I do in my life. RuneScape, news, the cat videos. How do you feel about Meta glasses having integrated AI inserted ads to your field of vision? Yeah. Yeah, so like yeah, they're like when you know those Meta glasses, those Ray-Bans or something? Yeah, yeah. Because imagine it's just one ad you see everywhere, like you're driving and you're like, fuck. God damn it, I keep seeing squash so bad. Right in my face is squash. The squash squatch. Just right in the middle of the intersection. Yeah. Thank you, Mental. Yeah. I always try to get my best rest, and then I feel like I'm resting too much. Loading. Alright, what do you... Dropped an egg. The green egg. I eat it. Oh, it's already 12 for you. Oh. Sorry. I don't want no peeking eyes. Ooh. What genre is that? I hope it's relaxing. Very relaxing. Oh. I feel that. I love songs like that. Sometimes I like having a good little cry to a song. Be like, yep. Yep. I really relate to the song. And it make it feel deeply. I feel deeply to the song. That's good. Good to feel. I love it. Ooh, eternity. Oh yeah. I should listen to it. Maybe after the stream. I hope you get some good rest too. You deserve it. It's slow going sometimes. Are you drinking your pineapple TDs? They do. But only during the duration of the beach. People have like been saying like save it, you need to use it for after, but yeah. I have 67, I'm gonna use them all right now. I think it gives an extra like... What does it say that bonus is? 33 XP? Not for wood cutting. What does it cost? Odd bits? I forgot what it was, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's a lot of like active knowledge, you know. If you're actively in the game, Well, it's also a living game, so. Yeah. You listen to a sad song and you're like, I feel even sadder. I need a sadder song. I do that a lot too. Trust me. And I'm like, and then I go, you know what? I need to watch a sad video. And then I do it, I'm like, oh, I feel even worse, and I don't even watch more sad stuff. And I'm like, you know what? It's good to feel a sadness. But, not for forever. It's never forever. Nothing is forever. Where's more ivy? Is you have something there? Where is it, Falador? I already left. Where is it? The castle? Empire. Oh. I'll definitely give it a listen. You're moving a little too fast. There's songs with lyrics in the game? No more middies. Really? Oh, okay, yeah, have a good rest. Oh. The OG knowledge. Okay. Hope you have a good day. Tomorrow, tonight, all the time. Good night. Yeah. I can't wait to see those. Dude, once I get the cosmetic for my cape, it's gonna be so awesome. I mean, look, you see that mining cape? It makes all the difference. I don't remember. I just kept everything. Oh yeah. It took a while for me to buy that set. It was your what was it, Ranger's hood or something? Dude, I have so many clue schools now. It's funny. Yeah, we were doing quests for that. I had to do stuff. There's one castle I can't get to. It's so bad. Yeah, it's 10 quests layered into each other. Oh yeah. Soonest. Yeah. Yeah, this is no been no lifted at the beach. Yeah, I've been lifting. I've been lifting a lot. That's insane. Yeah, man. I live for that kind of stuff, honestly. Cut it. I think maybe it has a certain amount. Tracker, you got bikinis. Life. Grinding the beach on you eat. It's the best way to grind XP. I've been doing it like on the side as I do activities throughout the day. I've been in the beach. I've been in the beach. There's a ring in here. Maybe it only has certain uses. I can't cut anything. Or it could just be a really long pipe to cut it. Ivy. Get it to work? What, these ones? These are mine. Damn. One more level to the halfway point. What is it now? Smithing? Yeah, this guy got 91 in woodcutting. Not me though. See my skills out in the open. Right where your chat pops up. You like the pink? Is it a good color or should I change it to like white or something? lot of my skills are just starting to hover around the 80s now. I'm getting a lot of it to 80s. Well, do you even have all your items equipped? Playing some not raids, but they're like dungeons in Final Fantasy 14 makes me wanna find some raids in this game. Isn't there like a couple? Like boss events or something? Should I get it? I got a ruby ring last time. What do you use this crushed bird nest for? Apparently, I just crushed them up for the herblore, I think. And oh yeah, herblore. Some specific potion, apparently. I'll keep it then. Are you gonna get a stand for your monitor, or did it fit? Forget. You should oh, we should sand it to fit the room or the floor. Or add little ships. Like, how does it stand? What is it like a just a? We could reinforce it. So it has like 4 legs, or? Okay, okay, yeah. So we could like add like strips or. Oh. Go Craigslist, find the best place to find Runescape. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, for DACA recipients, it's very bad right now. now. It's very bad. Yes. Well, right now they're trying to put in legislation that like destroys, not only like stops new people from getting it, but also like the people that have it revokes it. Yeah. So they're like, because they're just really going after anybody that has like some Spanish origin, Central, Southern American stuff. But you know where you don't need a passport? You don't need a passport to get into Runescape. Where's this? Got an apple tree seed. Oh, I've been doing that too. Yeah. I was actually looking at, because if you like collect coconuts from the trees at the beach, it gives you farming levels. Yeah. And there's like a specific. Damn. Mine's at 47. Yep, I was looking at that. I think that's how you get more things in your home to plant. Well, that isn't too bad. Sandcastle building can help with that. What's your construction? Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Now that they have those like portable skillings things, it's a lot easier. You could. There's one specifically for carpentry. Yeah, it's cool because you could actually add to it to the time that it's up. You have some. Very communal. See, I bet you anybody in RuneScape wouldn't be scared about the word communism. You see how they're like, you see how they're trying to say like Zord Bogdomny is like scary because he's like open socialist. He's like he's gonna make it all bad. And they're laughing at the guy that is like was the governor. Roll 'em. I'm sorry, I listen to a lot of politics. I should put the politics tag if I'm gonna talk about politics, so I shouldn't. I'm so sorry. Unstable protein logs or what? What do you need it for? Paper? Oh, okay. I remember that's what the magic paper is for. Why don't we talk about the politics of the Runescape gods? What are their politics? I heard Guthix was a good guy. What was it? Dang. I don't know. I tried to watch it like a lore video. There was like one god that made everything or something. Oh, Guthix is the neutral one that refused to pick sides. He saw everybody fighting. He's like, no thank you. Get him. Oh, so he was like the real god. Unfeeling and cold. Galnor was around for way longer. I'd 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 have a beer with a guy named Galnor or something. 92 Hunter? Hell yeah. Congrats on the pain and suffering. Now, do the same thing over again. I hope you a fruitful grind. The hell is that? Is it wheat? Oh, did it tell you I got the rocky skilling pet? It was while I was doing the mining for the Daheim thing. I think I got it at like what? Looks like some kind of low number. Oh, and apparently you can also get the skilling pets from doing beach activities. No, it's the same, but I mean, at least you're still going for the chance to get them. You got any of the ones that I'm at? I'm gonna take yours. Slow down and pace yourself. Yes, exactly. Maybe start baking bread for the local poor of Runescape. I don't know. What would you refocus on? There's plenty of quests to do. Or are you completionist that like does a lot of quests? This is very existential music. Listen to it's TZ Czar City 3. Get thieving. Yeah, 3. I want to go first. Thieving. Okay. Yeah, thieving has always seemed like so hard to do. I'm like, it's a scary skill for me sometimes, but that, well, like more power to you, honestly. Being able to do a skill like that. I don't even know like what like the rewards would be for doing a skill like that. Just like, I wonder if like if you like safe cracking. Ooh. It's honestly a mood. Get out of here. Ooh, gonna peppers. Oh, that's what I imagine. It's like mostly like a where you get rare resources, rare drops and stuff like that, based on the enemy that you thieve. See, that won't be in the regular loot pool. Now we got a silly song. Marzipan. Give me 1 second. Ooh. Safeguard somebody on com. I feel that. Yeah, definitely get some sleep. Alright. I'll try to be on. Just let me know. Well, I still gotta abide by the same time that I always get onto. Yeah, we could do that. I'm probably gonna be like getting gold or something in the meantime. Yeah. I'll try my best. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hope you have a good night. Oh yeah. Love you too. Okay. Love clue scrolls. But I think I'm still stuck on our elite one. Bug poison. That's a sick name. If you could truly like take one item out of the game, like make it an IRL item, what item would you put? Like in the Runescape. Runescape. I take a like a maybe like a follower pet maybe? Maybe an item that like increases attributes. That'd be cool. Hello. Like I don't know why, but whenever it comes to this game, I only think about skilling. And never like playing the game. I guess it is playing the game, but still, I feel like devs like the quests. Thank you for the likes. Maybe at least get to this next level. love a good peanut. Oh, hi Mango. This is called Runescape. It's it's a very grindy MMORPG. When was it first made? I don't remember. It is, but it's such a time investment. Ooh. I think here, close to my house. So maybe we can check that out because I want to show you. I want to see like what it's actually like. Yeah, consistent overbeat. Super very fast. Yeah, I like the other MMORPGs. Where's Edgeville? Not Edgeville. That's where my house. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are accessible, as accessible as RuneScape. You could like get like all your all your skills up to, well, only the free ones you to play up to 99. So it's not like other ones. Final Fantasy 14 is like level 70. That one's fun too, but I guess they each have their own fun. Like my house. I know it's so bad. I've never been in here. I haven't been in here. Thank you, Mango. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good night. Sleep well. I have an upstairs? These stairs do not lead anywhere. Great for sleeping in, but I guess you can't sleep. We even have 5 oak planks. Alright, I just want to like light. So I'm gonna go out there. Oak. Is that enough? Yes. Holy Lord. Gotta get rid of him somehow, I guess. Alright, let's at least try to get that last. What to do? I feel like there's only grinding to do. Where's that? Maple seed. It was empty. Oh no, I had apple seed. Or- What cape is that? Is that a dog? Level up. 180. Is that enough fragment? Must be the wood cutting equivalent for invention stuff, huh? Huh. So should I go for crafting? Do I need invention? That's not too bad. $100,000 total. Oh, 90. I need to learn to yap more. I knew it would do me well, but sometimes my brain just don't think. I'm like, ooh, listen to chop sounds. Chop, 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 chop. It itches my brain. I'm gonna be real with you. Or even a better sword. Yeah, sword, you make sword face. I like really fair. Yeah, the crystal. For how long? I don't know. Well, we even do level 80 wood cutting in one session. Maybe even like one level is too much. Oh my god. Called Homescape. Of course it is. I feel like I need a lore video on this. Should watch a lore video on the whole game. Because I'm someone who like tends to skip through stuff if I don't feel so inclined to read. Blocks of dialogue, you know, but I do often feel not reading everything because I feel like somebody poured their heart and soul into it at some point, you know, and it all like there was probably all these were like rules and stipulations. We conform to the greater narrative, but I just feel sad when I skip through dialogue, and maybe I shouldn't. But then it's so repetitive sometimes, I'm like, okay, let me skip for a little bit. I also saw this video on like TikTok. People going like, oh, Dashi used to read every single line and look, he's just skipping all the dialogue now. And yeah, I get like streamers that are like supposed to be like someone who you imagine just say a bunch of words for 8, 10 hours, 20, 30 hours. and maybe some can. And maybe time takes a toll on the others. I'm sure you wouldn't ask 80-year-old Valkyrie to read you a bedtime story for 8 hours. But I need to yap. And yap I shall. By RuneScape? Hell yeah. I need to know everything about RuneScape. And I need to get everything to 99. I wonder if I can. I don't know. Oh boy. I feel like every bar in the USA could have a RuneScape account that they have constantly running. For the bar goers to tell it what to do. Say, hey, go skill woodcutting or something, and just have it woodcut in the background. I would go to some place that I can watch 3 screens of 3 accounts grinding out activities. Who knows? Maybe they'll give out items. What if there was a bar that was modeled after the Faldor party room? Serving ale. Come get your RuneScape ale. Only 1 gold coin. You have to convert all your all your money into gold coins. Or pay in game. I feel like that could get out of hand though. How much would a drink cost? Could you even pay IRL? No, you can't. RuneScape would say, no thank you. Can't do that. It's illegal, you know. Imagine all the Jagex songs are copyrighted. You're so screwed. Gonna make. That'd be sick. What if I make a VTuber that looks like the RuneScape chicken? I'm sure it can be done. Need to start working on this idea. But then I'm always playing RuneScape on my drawing tablet. I bought it specifically to draw on. Then I end up playing RuneScape on it. And yeah, that says something about how I allocate my time, but you know. Emerald ring. Bad boy forever. Welcome. I've seen people do like runs of the OSRS, but maybe I should do that too. That'd be cool. That might be fun. Just make a new account for OSRS. That'd be like a whole new thing that I can start stream on. I've been scared to try old school RuneScape. But it could be something fun to do on stream. And then it's gonna be more of this. But it's gonna look older. Okay, a quarter of the way there. It's right next to my shoulder. Right there. Right there. I'm sure we could make it one more level before the end of stream. No, at least some after that. I mean, more wood cutting, but maybe like a quest or something. I would get like a hatchet in the shape of that. I could use one of those. Or a cape. I could use an IRL cape. feel like capes need to be more used. Fashion needs to use more capes, I think. They're just cool. Very cool. Love chopping wood. Or ivy? Yeah. Name of the ivy. They cut down. What's so ready? It's like me. This is what I was born to do. Can't you tell by the wood cutting music I have on? Oh, it's already going away. How's my slur that high? Six. Shark outfit. So. So I definitely should get the invention skill soon. I don't know if I should just spend the money on what was it called? Dark? No, Dragonstone. That's what it was. So I need that. I could craft all this stuff. Extra stuff, I guess. Well, I guess they just killed Claudia. I guess I like thinking about, like, planning about stuff. I'm ready myself. I tend to do that a lot. Or if y'all are the same. Because from here I could just enter here. Go into the caves and start mining gold. Maybe I could just spend money on the gold isn't too much, but if I can like not spend 2 mil on gold, that'd be great. So I didn't even know I mined like 1,000, and I bought 1,000 Dragonstone, which was 4.3 mil. I think people use it for magic training. I used it for magic training. For like I converted it into combat, like Bengals or something. But it was like only worth like maybe 20 coins more. So the demand must be to chant it yourself for the magic. It must. I wonder if it does like a good amount of magic XP. My total wealth. What is that? Selenia. Neat. Is mostly the I feel like I could still get that higher. wonder if this is like the same type of grinding you would do in like Path of Exiles too. This is a completely different game, right? Obviously. I guess that was a dumb question, but sometimes dumb questions have to be asked in order to reflect. Reflection is learning. That's what we need. Learn. It's like our experience points. Alright. I'm saying it. We need VR RuneScape. I know we got the RuneScape age of like something where it's like Valheim, the survival thing, but I mean like a full VR XP based sim. Just like this. Just like this. I wouldn't mind staring at like two tiny screens right in front of my eyeballs for 12 hours at a time. If you could watch like a beautiful sunset, like thank you for following. Opus Steamer. Opus, sorry. I hope you like woodcutting. Honestly, I could fall asleep to this noise. Okay. I love it mostly for the music. It's the only reason I grind so long. I have 10 mil. How much would it cost? For a 2K Dragonstone. They're a good bit. I probably should have let my hair down sooner. I've noticed I tend to touch my hair too much if I get too nervous. Ew. Boy. A never-ending cycle. It's just like life. A metaphor for life, I think. Blimp. Rip. Oh. Yep. What if we watch YouTube videos as we do this? If we do that. What if we watch PBS Space Time and start learning about the universe together? That'd be too much. Too much information. I feel like PBS Space Time scratches like a specific itch in my brain that not a lot of people have. I'm like, yes, please tell me about how black holes have the same properties as the universe, which could, in theory, mean that our universe is inside a black hole. There could be other universes like an onion. Contained in these infinitesimally dense space. Don't tell me that means giants are real. On a cosmic scale. That's scary to think about. Or like the marbles and the end of Men in Black. I like that idea though. No matter what they do, we really can't. It really doesn't translate into our self-contained universe. But yeah, I'll be a marble in a bag. I don't mind. I'll play Runescape while I'm a marble in a bag. Who doesn't? Who doesn't play Runescape while they're a marble in a bag? I should probably put this stuff away. Back we go. Look at the 5-year cape. Okay. Almost there. Okay, I think. Alright, chat. I want to look at something on PBS Spacetime. Okay. So okay. Put this like right here. And we can watch a YouTube video. Well, doing this. We know if it's too loud. Can be too loud. It might be too loud. Yeah, and I'm sorry if it's not the right content, but like, I am very interested in it. 3.
Gives a radio code for supporting PBS. They say fusion is 50 years away, and they've been saying that for 50 years. But if so, why are billions suddenly being pumped into fusion startups? Well, to train LLMs. But there's a reason that the techno brats are bullish on fusion in particular. The fact is, the technological challenges have been chipped away at and in many cases solved over the past decades. And there's really no one deal-breaker difficulty remaining. One of the final challenges is deciding on the physical vessel to contain our mini artificial stars. And we have some pretty sci-fi options that are nearly ready to go. Hey everyone, quick update before we start. We've observed that the YouTube algorithm isn't promoting our episodes within the community as much. So we're conducting an experiment. Over the next few episodes, we'll test whether increasing likes and comments impacts sharing. If you'd like to be a data point in this experiment, hit like and/or leave a comment. And if you're new and enjoying this, subscribe and please press the bell. We'll analyze the results and report back after a few episodes. Solar power is the ultimate in clean energy, and it's delicious when you can get it, which isn't everywhere all the time. But solar power is just fusion power that's happening far away. Slam hydrogen nuclei together into helium, and a bit of the original mass is converted into energy. In the core of the Sun, that energy mostly radiates into empty space, with a minuscule fraction hitting the Earth and powering nearly all of life. A minuscular fraction hits our solar panels, and only in, well, sunny places and times. There's a limit to how far we can scale solar energy collection until we build our Dyson sphere. But why build a cage around the star if you can instead build a star inside a cage? What if we can run mini suns right here on the surface of the Earth? And that's the goal of the artificial fusion reactor. Today, I want to talk about a specific aspect of fusion, and that's...
I was gonna say so true. Oh. I need to watch out.
how to confine hydrogen fusion in a way that leads to a net energy output. I want to talk about how to bottle a star. I'm going to reference ITER a lot, that's the European fusion experiment, and I'll refer to it because it's the largest and arguably the most advanced, and is projected to achieve first plasma this year. I do want to emphasize though that there's a lot of exciting stuff in recent years from smaller efforts, both national programs and increasingly private endeavors. We'll come back to some of the more speculative advances another time. Let's start by taking whatever lessons we can from the Sun. Our home star sustains a steady rate of fusion for billions of years because it confines its nuclear inferno by crushing it under the weight of 100,000 Earths. Single protons, hydrogen nuclei, are fused in a series of steps to produce helium-4 plus a lot of energy. The Sun's proton-proton chain runs at something like 100 million Earth atmospheres of pressure and over 50 million Kelvin temperature, generating the equivalent of 20 million times the entire world's nuclear arsenal in energy every second. So, the Sun both crams photons together and gets them moving really fast in order to get them to stick. We need to do the same. We need to both compress and heat our nuclei. And the resulting fusion needs to output more energy than when used to reach that state. One big efficiency upgrade is to focus on the most energy-rich fusion reactions. Rather than going all the way to helium from single protons like the Sun does, we can fuse heavy hydrogen isotopes like deuterium and tritium. Now, the Sun can achieve net energy gain starting with protons because of the incredible densities it reaches. We can never achieve those densities, so even with heavy isotope fusion, we have to compensate with a lot higher temperatures. In fact, something like 100 times the temperature of the core of the Sun. There is no material in the universe that wouldn't be instantly vaporized at the temperatures needed for fusion. So how are we supposed to even contain our fusion reaction, let alone crush it to the needed pressures? Well, there are two broad approaches: inertial confinement and magnetic confinement. Inertial confinement attempts to slam nuclei together with...
I'm looking for some positive
This place is amazing.
Some sort of shock. In 2022, the National Ignition Facility achieved net energy output for the first time by forcing fuel together with lasers. But it's not the first inertial confinement approach to succeed. The hydrogen bomb is a type of inertial confinement where the thing slamming nuclei together is a fission bomb, an old-school atomic explosion. The latter is rather uncontrolled and so not suitable for sustained energy production. But even controlled inertial confinement approaches have the issue of rather bursty energy output, and so are generally not thought to...
If you could contain like the actual energy of that. Turn that energy into electricity or something, then and store it. That's also the other problem, is storing energy for us. batteries. Batteries are our main issue. Efficient batteries that won't degrade. But yeah. Energy conservation is our lifeline.
Be the most likely option for our first generation commercial fusion reactors. Those are more likely to be magnetic confinement reactors. The hydrogen in a reactor is so hot that positively charged nuclei are stripped of their negatively charged electrons, making a plasma of electrically charged particles that can be manipulated by magnetic fields. These fields are created by powerful electromagnets made from superconductors, and those superconductors have to be cooled to near absolute zero. So you have this center of a star hot plasma mere meters away from matter that's colder than intergalactic space. So to bottle our star, we have to create the largest temperature gradient in the known universe, which is, I guess, something to be proud of all on its own. Magnetic confinement reactors work by squeezing the plasma so it flows around a torus, and then compressing the torus with the magnetic field and heating it by blasting it with energy via particle beams or EM waves until fusion is achieved. This has to be done cleverly, because if you just run plasma in a circle, it leads to various instabilities that are fatal for your plasma and perhaps for your reactor. The leading solutions for stable toroidal plasma confinement are the tokamak and the stellarator. The details of the differences aren't too important here, but tokamaks are more widely used, for example, by ITER, so I'll cover these just briefly. Tokamaks use three systems of magnets. The first system is the toroidal system, which is the main containment system and gives the plasma the donut shape. The next system is the poloidal system, which helps shape and position the plasma near the inner wall. This is to help compress the plasma for more reactions to occur. Lastly, the central solenoid drives the direction of the plasma, spinning the plasma in a circle.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA. 90% is...
In contrast, stellarators combine all three magnetic systems into one using a 3D design, making them significantly more complicated. To some extent, the magnetic field is a relatively solved problem. There are no doubt refinements to be made in the form of the field, and definitely in the generation of the field with new superconductor technology. That's something we can come back to another time. Currently, one of the biggest engineering and research challenges in fusion
sorry,
is
I
how
didn't
to
realize
build
my
the actual
mic was
physical containment
muted.
chamber for that
Hi,
field
I
and the
said,
plasma it holds.
I hope my
How do we
video
build a
isn't
wall
too
that
brain
can hold a
rotted.
mini sun?
I'm
The
sorry, I
magnetic
just
field
like
certainly
science.
helped by creating what's called a pedestal region, where the plasma is cooler and sparser relative to the middle where the fusion reactions are happening. This helps create a small buffer between the fusion plasma.
Yeah, I just love my science videos. I'm sorry. Hello. Hi, happy. Or HPXE? Sorry. I'm very brain rotted. Sometimes. I just love more input. Like if I could, I would like listen to a podcast called Blowback. But that's very politics heavy and that's not fun. So my way of having fun is watching science videos. I do not know why. I cannot explain this phenomenon. But I love watching science videos. And I love learning. I'm greedy for the knowledge of the universe. As a simple human, I thirst for knowledge. Knowledge that I cannot fully attain. Knowledge of the inner workings of the universe. And how we can use it to our benefit.
And the wall. So the material doesn't literally have to withstand contact with millions Kelvin plasmas, but it still has to do a lot. That wall is the first point of contact between the plasma and the outside wall, and we call the plasma-facing surface the first wall. While the magnetic field keeps the highest temperature parts of the plasma out of direct contact with the wall, a lot of energetic particles do reach it, and the wall needs to withstand that. It then needs to take the heat generated by this incoming radiation and transport it to somewhere useful to actually generate power. Finally, as if all this wasn't enough, the chamber wall needs to create new fuel for fusion. Let's look at these one by one. Within the coiled ribbon of the millions of Kelvin plasma, heavy hydrogen nuclei collide and release energetic gamma rays and very fast-moving neutrons and helium nuclei. Those gamma rays and helium nuclei help keep the plasma hot. So hot it radiates X-rays. This thermal radiation bakes the outer wall of the chamber, and the wall has to very quickly conduct this heat to the cooling system or be at risk of melting. Even more energy is carried by the neutrons. These neutral particles are not affected by the magnetic field, and so they fly straight out of the plasma. They deposit kinetic energy into the wall, and this is the main source of heat energy from fusion. Some neutrons hit nuclei in the wall, potentially creating unstable isotopes. And some helium and hydrogen nuclei also end up with enough energy to escape the magnetic field and reach the first wall. Some of these are tritium nuclei, which are also highly unstable.
If you're rush free and you know it, take a ride.
What is going on?
Take your booty far and wide.
As a result of the neutron and tritium bombardment, the wall becomes more radioactive over time.
Ooh,
These
7
impacts
million.
also erode the wall, with the wall's own nuclei getting smacked from the surface into the plasma chamber in an effect called sputtering. This degrades the shielding over time and also contaminates the plasma. Finally, an imperfect wall structure can lead to runaway instabilities in the plasma called edge localization modes. These can result in localized failures of the magnetic confinement and to large amounts of energy being dumped into the wall, which is not good for the wall. This can also trigger larger magnetohydrodynamic instabilities in the plasma, causing the plasma to shed a lot of energy and potentially kill the fusion reaction. Assuming our wall can survive the above, the heat generated within the wall will be carried away by some working fluid. Water is a popular choice, but also molten salts and even lithium. The working fluid both cools the wall and heats the fluid to the point that it can turn a generator. Okay, so we've just generated electricity. Nice. But even if we got more power out than we used to create our plasma, this process is not sustainable. The deuterium part of the fuel is enormously abundant. There are 33 grams per cubic meter of seawater, which means it's basically limitless. But the tritium is not abundant. It has a half-life of 12 years and so is almost non-existent naturally. The reactor has to make its own tritium. That's not super complicated. Hit a lithium nucleus with a neutron and it'll split into 2 nuclei. So the trick is to place a layer of lithium behind the first wall. That wall will slow neutrons from the fusion reaction, extracting some of their energy, and the neutrons will then hit the lithium and breed tritium. Obviously the lithium has to be replaced, but fortunately lithium is moderately abundant with thousands of years worth in the ground and millions of years worth in the ocean. One major issue with this is that the fusion reaction doesn't produce enough neutrons to breed a sustainable amount of tritium. To deal with this, a neutron multiplier is needed. This is a layer of material that amplifies the neutron flux. 1 neutron goes in and 2 come out to feed the tritium breeder. That way the fusion reaction replaces the tritium it uses.
Hi, fancy.
So, now that we know all the miracles that the reactor wall has to pull off, let's look at
Sir, my brain
for
edited
materials.
video, sir.
The most traditional pick for a fusion reactor first wall is the metal tungsten. It's metal, so it's structurally strong, and it has the highest melting temperature of all metals, so it can stay solid under heavy bombardment. It's also less inclined to hold onto as many of the radioactive tritium as other materials. And very importantly, it has a low sputtering rate, fewer tungsten nuclei ejected into the plasma. However, it does have a major weakness with regard to sputtering, in that those tungsten atoms that do join the plasma have a pretty unfortunate effect. Tungsten has 74 protons in the nucleus compared to hydrogen's 1 proton. That means tungsten's electrons are much more strongly bound. So, while the plasma's hydrogen is fully ionized, liberated of electrons, the tungsten atom will retain 20 or 30 electrons, even when inside the plasma. So now, when a tungsten atom bumps into another particle in the plasma, some of the energy of the collision goes into exciting one of those electrons. That electron then drops back to a de-excited state, emitting a photon in the process. And that photon then escapes the plasma, taking that energy with it. The larger the atomic number of the atom, the more electrons it can retain in the plasma, and also the smaller the energy gap between electron levels. That means more opportunities to absorb energy from the plasma and radiate it away. This effect is called line emission cooling, and it's a great way to lose a lot of energy from your plasma very quickly. Even a little bit of a heavy element like tungsten in the plasma can make it very difficult to keep it hot enough to sustain fusion. Tungsten has major advantages, but the issue with pollution of the plasma was enough to convince the ITER team to try something different, at least to start with. In fact, they plan to go in the opposite direction to tungsten in terms of location on the periodic table by using beryllium for the plasma-facing wall. Beryllium is the fourth element on the periodic table, so even though it will end up polluting the plasma, those contaminants tend to be completely ionized. There are very, very few electrons left to radiate away the plasma's heat. In fact, beryllium actually removes pollutants. It can capture oxygen impurities, which themselves are released from oxidized metals in the vessel wall when the machine is running. Oxygen in the plasma can cause the plasma to cool just like tungsten.
When your kid is hurting and there's nothing you can do about it.
Beryllium has other major benefits.
And all the work
it
that they do.
Extremely high thermal conductivity, allowing it to quickly transfer
I wish I was big
from
enough
the front
to
plasma-facing surface to the back
do a
surface
stream
of the
for
cooling
them.
systems. And
Raise a lot of
one of the
money,
most
but
compelling benefits of beryllium is that
it's a long
it acts
ways
as
off.
a neutron multiplier, doubling the neutrons available for tritium breeding. So, what's the downside? Well, beryllium does have a much higher sputtering rate than tungsten, and even though the ejected impurities don't harm the plasma as much, this does mean the beryllium surface erodes much more quickly than tungsten, and that means the wall needs to be replaced more often. Also, fluctuations in the plasma will induce electrical currents in the beryllium wall, and those currents experience massive forces in the strong magnetic field. This can damage the wall and even cause it to fail while the reactor is running. And a huge disadvantage of beryllium is that it's extremely toxic. Erosion of the wall fills the reaction chamber with beryllium dust, which cannot under any circumstances be allowed to get out of the reactor if you want to keep your nuclear engineers operational. Finally, beryllium is super rare. ITER would need 12 tons of the stuff for the first wall. ITER had originally planned a beryllium first wall, but just in 2023, they decided that the hassles outweighed the benefits and shifted their plan back to good old tungsten. This is a pretty safe choice for ITER as an experimental facility, but for commercial fusion, some kind of neutron multiplier feeding the tritium breeder is needed, and ITER is currently testing various options. So, we still have the problem of tungsten polluting the plasma.
What about a beryllium
There are
alloy
other
or
options
something?
for the plasma-facing surface, though. Boron is currently getting the most attention from the ITER crew since it's the next lightest element after beryllium. The idea is to build a tungsten wall and then sprinkle a little bit of boron powder into the reactor while it's running. This should then evaporate and coat the wall, reducing the amount of tungsten that cooks off into the plasma. Boron does have the icky side effect of retaining tritium, which means the inner wall could become dangerously radioactive over time. Meanwhile, going in the other direction on the periodic table from beryllium, we get lithium, which, if you remember, we were using to breed tritium behind the first wall. At first glance, lithium seems a non-starter for the plasma-facing wall because lithium metal has a melting point of 182 degrees Celsius. But who says the first wall really has to be solid? There's this idea to coat the reactor chamber in a layer of liquid lithium, which has many advantages. You can't really damage a liquid structurally. Seriously, go try hit a lake with a hammer and...
With a hammer. Oh, I love that. Oh. Sorry.
See what happens. Lithium nuclei would end up in the plasma instead of the tungsten behind it. But this is actually good for the plasma. Getting plasmas up to fusion temperature requires physicists to add large amounts of energy, both with EM fields and with neutral beam injectors. Experiments like the lithium tokamak experiment beta at the Princeton Plasma Physics Lab suggest that a little bit of lithium in the plasma may help the plasma get to the temperature more easily. Finally, the lithium can even double as a coolant and the tritium breeder if it's moved through and behind the tungsten wall. As I said, ITER is supposed to produce its first plasma this year, but is projected to achieve its first fusion reaction in 2035, smashing two deuteriums together to produce helium-3. Now, its first commercial-grade deuterium-tritium fusion reaction is slated for 2039. If all that works, then I guess we build a lot of them. But it's also possible that one of the many smaller enterprises will beat ITER. They certainly talk a big game, with some projecting first fusion in the next few years.
There was a new Vsauce video?
Personally, I don't care who wins. I just want my infinite free energy so I can train a godlike LLM to take over space-time. Thank you to Radio Code for supporting PBS.
Oh, God.
Hey, Vsauce! Michael here. A single piece of refined flour is, on average, just 82.67 microns wide. That means a 5-pound bag of flour contains about 2.7 billion individual specks of flour dust. Now, if each of those particles were a person, 3 bags could represent every single human alive on Earth today. 8.1 billion itty-bitty things. Are you under 30 years old? Is a question that could roughly divide everyone alive today in half. The yeses and the nos. But can you imagine a second question that could then divide both of those groups in half? Well, if so, and if you kept doing that, after just 33 questions, you would be left with more than 8 billion groups, each containing just one person. In other words, out of everyone alive today, we could pinpoint a specific individual. For example, you, with just 33 yes or no questions. What would those questions be? Do they even exist?
33?
We don't know. But we do know that every year, about this many people die. A little bit more than a quarter cup. But about twice as many as that are born. But how many people have ever been born? This many, 117 billion. But out of all of these people, out of everyone who has ever existed, this is how many you will ever meet. You are a stranger to your own species. This is a video about how you will be forgotten. It's about the ghosts that surround us and how they're getting closer.
They are.
Our journey begins 2,500 kilometers above the surface of the sun. There, a hot layer of ionized gas begins its reach millions of kilometers out into space. It's called the solar corona. And normally, it's outshone by the rest of the sun because it gives off just 1/1,000,000th as much light. But during an eclipse, it can be seen. When you are eclipsed, your own sort of corona will remain as well. The memories people have of you, your treasure and junk, emails and texts you sent, the fact that your child has a nose like yours, every appearance you made in the background of a stranger's photo, those are all traces of you that shine while you're alive, but can also continue long after you're gone. Douglas Hofstadter called them your solar corona. I love that phrase because it makes a cosmological phenomenon personal by literally including you. How long will you be here? Well, that's why I made this clock. It tells the time, but it also tells your time. Just answer a few questions, and then, when it's ready, push the red button, and the clock will begin counting down the seconds you have left to live. Approximately. Now, whenever you want, you can switch it to show the time, but that's not nearly as fun. Also, this clock never forgets. If you take away its power, it'll go dark, but it's still thinking about you. Next time you plug it in, it will pick right back up where it should be. Now, if you would like a practical, retro, memento
I love
mori,
that.
you can pre-order one of these now. Omnis vulnerant ultima necat is Latin, and it refers to these passing seconds. It means each of these wounds, the last kills. Mox Nox means soon it will be night. And it will. But while this is ticking down, something else is ticking up. The number of ghosts in the world.
True.
What's understood don't need to be explained. Something
Your nominal ghost is your name. It's out there representing you whether you're there or not. It won't haunt the world forever though. As we've often been reminded, you die twice. Once when your heart stops beating, and then again, usually sometime later, when your name is spoken for the last time. But whose name has been remembered the longest? Well, signed here on this 5,000-year-old tablet is the oldest written name we've ever found. Kushum, the first named character we know in the written history of humanity, probably. It's not entirely clear whether Kushum is the name of a person or just the title of an office holder. You know, if you want to be really sure, a generation or two later, this tablet was made. It contains 3 names, Gal Sol, and 2 people he enslaved, Inpop X and a woman named Sokaljar. These individuals are the reigning champs of avoiding the second death. And with archival practices and technologies being what they are today, your name could conceivably last just as long as these have already. But you know, I gotta say, if you want your ghosts to last longer, it helps to bend the truth a little bit. Toby Jukanov built this interactive globe that shows the most famous person born in every location. Fame is based on Wikipedia data, how long their article is, how many languages it's in, how many visits it gets per day, stuff like that. By the way, out of everyone alive right now, about this many of us, almost exactly a quarter teaspoon, are mentioned on Wikipedia. Now let's zoom in on Stillwell, Kansas. Ooh, hey there, good looking. But here's the thing. I wasn't born in Stillwell. I grew up there. I lived there from ages 5 to 18, but I was born in Kansas City. For a while, a lot of things online said that I was born in Stillwell, so that's probably how I wound up here. But should I correct it? What's more important, the truth or a little lie that prolongs and enhances my nominal ghost? Maybe the truth, because even if my name is forgotten, images of me may stick around. And that is your second ghost, your likeness, figurative portrayals of what you look like. Now, we have no idea what most people who have lived looked like. Long ago, no records were made. Eventually, some were and have survived. So, who's the earliest known person where, like, we know what they looked like? Well, it's probably...
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list.
Gudea. He was an ancient Sumerian ruler, and 27 4,000-year-old statues of him have been found in southern Iraq. They stand out not just for their craftsmanship, but also for the fact that earlier depictions of human forms are either more abstract or generalized. But because these depictions of Gudea are more realistic, are so similar to each other, and have been found spread so widely, it's tenable that they're similar to the actual face of the actual individual as he appeared in life. The first known illustrated person in our history. Even if your figural ghosts don't stick around as long as Gudea's have, things that look kind of like you might. I'm talking about your genetic ghost, your personal genomic variation that can be carried on by your descendants. Now, interestingly, even if your progeny are especially fecund, your genetic ghost probably won't stick around that long. Just how much of your unique genetic code winds up in your grandkids, for example, depends partly on chance. It could be anywhere from 23 to 27%. Your great-grandkids will only contain 9 to 14% of you. Your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren will on average be no more similar to you than you are to any stranger. In fact, it is at that distance that it becomes possible to be genetically left behind, for absolutely no personal chunks of your genome to be present in anyone. More than 70% of your ancestors from 11 generations ago aren't in you at all. So you're not so much the genetic foundation on which your progeny sit as you are their baby, a thing that served a purpose but was destined to then fall out and be set aside. Where should you be buried if you want to become a fossil? Fossils last a long time. Your legacy could be representing our species in a cool bony pose in a museum millions of years from now. Well, as it turns out, fossilization, the mineralizing of bones into rocky ghosts, is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Bill Bryson puts it this way: less than 1/10 of 1% of a species is ever lucky enough to become fossilized, which means that millions of years from now, all that will be left of every single person alive today in the US will probably just be about 60 fossilized bones, not even one full human skeleton. The best way to improve your chances of becoming a fossil are to be buried rapidly and deeply with no coffin under the seafloor of a still mass of water at low elevation where sediment deposits will be swift and fine and oxygen levels low. Some locations that fit this bill are parts of the Black Sea, the Gulf of Mexico where the Mississippi disgorges, and the mangrove swamps along the northern coast of Australia. But even then, there's risk, right? Earth is an active, churning rock, and erosion can wear you away. Metamorphic activity could melt you back down. So if you want to be a trace for a long time,
Stop everything. Kate and secured the ultimate protein coffee bundle. What's going in her?
leave. The oldest unchanged piece of Earth wasn't even found on Earth. It was found on the moon, where geological activity is less brutal. A monolith engraved with your name and biography buried on the moon would be a good idea. Except in, 5 to 10 billion years, our sun will expand into a red giant, engulfing the Earth and moon, likely destroying them forever, so a copper disk coated in aluminum and gold floating through space would be even better. The golden records aboard the Voyager spacecraft could exist for trillions of years. They could conceivably still be legible even after the last star goes dim. But your final type of ghost will be there too. It's what I call your ripple ghost, the diffused domino effect of all of your actions. There will be people, for example, a century from now, who could enjoy the shade of a tree you planted without ever wondering who put it there. The butterfly effect effectively guarantees us all a sort of anonymous, minute immortality. Just by being born, technically, you changed the universe irrevocably. The tiny and subtle but very real way your mass affects the planet Saturn right now will contribute in some extremely small way to exactly how and when its rings collapse. When the universe enters its heat death and it's the same temperature everywhere, the arrangement of matter in the universe will be the way it is because you existed. There will be no minds to observe it, so you won't be remembered, but you won't be annihilated. But so what? Oh, I've got ghosts that stick around. Newsflash, buddy, I'm not my ghosts. Okay, first of all, yeah, that's exactly why talk of fame and legacy gets so fizzly. For what? I won't be around to enjoy it, and eventually no one will be. But secondly, that's actually a pretty good definition of the self. You are everything you take with you when you die. Your secrets, the things you could have done or said but never did. That's what you are. Now, you could desperately try to do as much as you can and leave as much on the table as possible, but life is short. Too short? Well, Derek Parfit has pointed out that the brevity of life probably has nothing to do with its meaning. If your life was twice as long, would it have twice as much meaning? If we were all immortal, would the meaning of life suddenly be obvious? No. Meaning is separate from the sheer participation we crave. We just want to keep playing this game. And there's never been more game to play. Staggering amounts of what we want to experience have been tamed into beasts, so lightweight and so fast that, like ghosts, they can pass through walls.
If you're rush free and you know it, take a ride. If you're rush free, take your booty far and wide.
The soy bomb only lasted 36 seconds, but because a digital ghost of it lingers in Earth's largest haunted house, an average of 40 people have seen it every day for the last 30 years. Old music started outselling new music for the first time in 2015. Today, we each spend an average of 7 hours and 3 minutes a day in a haunted house full of avatars and messages from the living and dead alike. People and ideas and art in the past have become not just accessible, but accessible. We are on these ghost portals so much it's become pretty much the only way anyone finds companionship anymore. For crying out loud, more people on this planet own cell phones than toothbrushes. Documentality is the word Maurizio Ferraris gave to his ontology of traces, but it's also a great word for the extent to which day-to-day life in a society happens as documentation. In a society of high documentality, nearly every transaction, click, step, every memory, everything said or done is vulnerable to recording or simply comes into the world already pre-remembered. Not as an ephemeral oral exchange or a haphazard note, but as a high-fidelity, time-stamped, cataloged artifact. In such a world, it shouldn't be surprising if it starts to feel like there are more things you've said than things you could say, more ways things have been than ways things could be. The future isn't what it used to be. But don't get it twisted. Complete documentality is far from here. As I've mentioned before, our estimates of the current human population have about a 2 to 3% margin of error. That means that about this many people may or may not exist. And at any given moment in the US alone, there are about 40,000 deceased bodies whose identities are unknown. When Steve Fawcett failed to return to the Flying M Ranch in 2007, search and rescue efforts sent to find him discovered 8 previously unidentified airplane crashes that weren't him, but had been out there for, in some cases, decades. And when authorities searched for Gabby Petito, they found her and the bodies of at least 8 other people they weren't even looking for. We are not a documented species. We are a bunch of animals walking in and out of rooms.
Oh, that's sad.
Something's changed. The last time a body was interred in the tomb of the unknown soldier was after the Vietnam War, but it was removed in 1998 after DNA testing connected it to a name, Michael Joseph Blassie. In 2014, prosecutors didn't need witnesses or security cam footage to construct what happened between Michelle Carter and Conrad Roy because they had these thousands of text messages. Despite living just 35 miles apart, Carter and Roy's relationship occurred almost entirely through text. So these are not pieces of their relationship. They're not evidence of the whole story. They are the whole story. These messages aren't missing the glances, the nods, the way he or she said it. This is all they each saw. And we have it all. An entire human relationship that happened as, and still is, undying documents. They're all online.
This is what Ivy League universities you can
Oh,
get
Lord.
into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of just a few taps deep in the world's largest ocean of documentation. And we just
I
keep
wanna
going out,
watch,
turning more and more of what we do and see into ghosts.
I want to watch true crime.
Not just to remember, but to experience. When we instinctively watch events through our phones, it's not that we aren't living in the moment, it's that we are. Today, to be in the moment, you have to be fully in the moment. Every part of you, even the eye, you have to charge, and the mind
Yeah.
you share with others. See what's happening? We are
True.
not just getting more ghosts, we are beginning to live as ghosts, as an account, a like, a post, a view. And it's great. We're spared the humilities of confrontation, and to be an image is to be something. Frederick Douglass and Sojourner Truth knew this. They had photographic images of themselves printed up. To own and control and sell your own figural ghost meant that you had power. But today, being a ghost surrounded by other ghosts causes a certain kind of newfangled anxiety.
How many ghosts are
In
there?
his 1985 Amusing Ourselves to Death, Neil Postman describes what he calls the information-action ratio. Now, even though this book predates the World Wide Web, it may as well have been written about it. Let me ask you a modern version of a question he asks in here. How often does something you see on social media cause you to alter your plans for the day, or to take some action you would not otherwise have taken, or provide you with insight into some problem you are required to solve. When everything persists, irrelevance takes over. But the constant scroll of doom and pleasure and distraction isn't just irrelevant, is it? No, it's truly a ghost that can pass right through you. You can sit and stare for an hour and not remember a single thing you were served. We don't do that because it feels good. We do it because our minds want to be unsettled. A never-ending scroll of decontextualized news and horror and comedy and family and backflips isn't some unholy modern abomination of nature. It is exactly the niche we evolved to thrive in. Oh no, my brain evolved to eat berries in a cave. No, it evolved to reach the lushness of Southeast Asia and then cross the Wallace line, not because it had to, and not because it could, but because what laid beyond was next, and we've got autoplay on. Hey, let's build a thing that floats and we could fit in it. We could call it a boat. Huh? What's that? Where will it take us? Away. We are not the universe experiencing itself. We are the universe ignoring itself. We are the universe looking for something else. In order to be here for long, we needed to not be here for long. I don't think it's the risk or the challenge that motivates us.
Hold on.
Good stories and curiosity.
How am I getting this? Sorry. I mean, obviously, it's a Vsauce. Yeah. But we are not the universe experiencing stuff. We are the universe running itself. Is that how he said it?
We are the universe ignoring itself. We are the universe looking for something else. In order to be...
We are the universe looking for something else in the universe. Experience. And its true self. It's horrible. Unyielding. An all-powerful self. That's deep. That's really deep.
Be here for long? We needed to not be here for long. I don't think it's the risk or the challenge that motivates us. Good stories and curiosity and adventure are the icing on the cake we really desire, unsettledness.
Free cookie for life.
This is why I canceled my DoorDash subscription and switched to Cookunity. After months spending way too much on DoorDash, I got bored of eating the same fast food meals and paying way too much for them. Cookunity offers over 300 weekly meal options, offered by over 8...
I don't know why I was watching that.
Not knowing what's going to happen next can be exciting. Why? I think in the same way that long necks were selected in giraffes because no one was eating the way up high leaves, and in the same way that white fur was selected in polar mammals because no one was eating snow, imagination was selected in humans because no one was eating possibilities. As soft apes in the midst of climatic change, those who survived didn't wait for natural selection to provide an answer. No, they relied, as we still do today, not on evolution, but on resolution, on picturing and manipulating an analog world inside the theater of their own minds. Up here, we can imagine things that aren't, hypotheticals, the distant past and future, the way things might be. We can recognize that collecting firewood now will be worth it. We can recognize that if there's no water here, we can bring it to us. The world is not our home. It's fuel for the fire up here where we really live. But because of that fire, we have made the whole world our home. Our ancestors are those hominids whose resolving never resolved. Now, sure, watching TV or scrolling a social media feed are pretty different than crossing the Bering Strait, but they're still unsettling, right? What's going to happen next? Each next swipe brings you something different. Like the cognitive niche we built for ourselves, it never resolves. But unlike the travails of our ancestors, there's so much less danger. We can witness and interact safely from home. Like pieces of luggage being moved at light speed without moving at all. The internet is a bounty of torques and velleities, pushes that spin us around but don't move us anywhere, and wishes not strong enough to inspire action. We're not amusing ourselves to death. We're amusing ourselves to life. A longer, scarier life. And as always, thanks for watching.
That was amazing. Holy moly, Vsauce. He does not make to
Don't
live.
forget to pre-order your very own death clock.
He lives to
After you
make.
answered its question and pressed the red button, the button stays locked down. It cannot change. It's locked to your soul, to your life. Unless you want to give it to someone else or you made a mistake or something, in which case you can reset it by just...
This July at Renewal.
No, don't do that.
For supporting PBS. Hey everyone, before we get started, we wanted to let you know that we have special limited edition new merch in honor of the 50th anniversary of the Space Shuttle patent. More info at the end of the episode. Dark matter has eluded us for many decades. Even our most advanced particle colliders and sophisticated underground detectors have come up short. But it may be that we can finally solve this mystery with a much simpler experiment involving a ray of light, a good clock, and the planet Mars.
Good clock? You say? Good clock.
Over 80% of the mass in the universe is in the form of some mysterious, invisible, unseeable substance that, for want of any idea whatsoever what it is, we call dark matter. At first, many of us thought that it was just some sort of regular stuff that wasn't easy to see. Maybe lots of small, dense, non-shining bodies like brown dwarfs or neutron stars or even black holes. But as we ruled out most of the possible mass ranges for these, more and more of the dark matter hunting has been about finding some kind of exotic particle, neutrinos, axions, etc. But again, after years and years of looking for the dark matter particle, we're in the same place with this hypothesis. There's just no credible evidence in favor of any hypothesis for what dark matter really is. It's like when you look for your keys in the usual spots and don't find them, so you start checking under the couch, under the cat, inside the refrigerator, and when you still don't find them, you go back and double check your pockets. So maybe dark matter was in one of the obvious places all along. And there are indeed a couple of pockets still to check, where by pockets I mean ranges of masses for compact bodies. The most promising underexplored range is 10 to the power of 17 to 10 to the power of 23 grams, roughly the mass range of asteroids. Now, dark matter can't be asteroids because there's no conceivable way to make 5 times the mass in asteroids that there are in stars. After all, asteroid material is made inside stars. There just aren't that many stars, and also dark matter had to be around before the first stars. But there is an option for a truly invisible object in that mass range, and one that would have been around since near the beginning, and that's the primordial black hole, the PBH. These days, black holes are formed in the deaths of massive stars, and their masses start at around 3 times the mass of the Sun. But as we have seen before on this show, there is a way to produce asteroid mass black holes, and that's right after the Big Bang. Back then, there were tiny variations in the density of the hyperdense sea of matter and energy that filled the universe. Some of these would later collapse into galaxies and galaxy clusters, but right at the beginning, the most dense such regions could have collapsed directly into black holes. These primordial black holes could have a wide range of masses depending on yet unknown details about the very early universe. But if we tune our Big Bang parameters just right, we can get enough PBHs in the right mass range to account for all of dark matter. Not only have we talked about PBHs before, we've talked about PBHs as dark matter, and we've talked about the possibility of detecting PBHs from the scars they might leave as they pass through the Earth or even the Moon. But such a detection is going to take quite a bit of luck. the Earth and the Moon make pretty small targets on the scale of the solar system, and distinguishing the scars from old PBH impacts isn't necessarily so easy. But it turns out that we may not even need PBHs to hit planets in order to detect them. Recent studies have shown that our entire solar system may serve as a giant PBH detector, with these little black holes leaving their faint, very possibly detectable gravitational signature on the orbits of the planets. Let's run some numbers to see if we can really make this work. And by we, I mean the scientists who are actively figuring this out as we speak. One paper that I'll focus on in particular is by Kun Tran, Sarah Guller, Benjamin Lehman, and David Kaiser, and it was published just this September, and I think it does the best job at assessing the plausibility of turning the solar system into a black hole detector. But let's start with dark matter. Based on the orbits of stars in the Milky Way, we have a pretty good idea of the distribution of dark matter in our galaxy. The density of dark matter at our solar system's position in the galaxy is about 7 by 10 to the power of minus 25 grams per centimeter cubed, or about the equivalent mass of a proton for every sugar cube of volume. So if dark matter is a proton mass particle, something like 10 million of them pass through you every second. Experiments trying to detect dark matter particles assume that they stream through our detectors in enormous numbers, so that even if there's a very low probability of interaction, eventually we'll catch some. Although, apparently, not yet. The more massive the dark matter particle, the lower the number density. If dark matter is a compact object like a black hole, then they would be pretty spread out. For example, if all dark matter consists of sun mass black holes, there'd need to be 1 per 15 cubic light year volume in order to do the job. So what mass range might these PBHs have if they really do account for all of dark matter? Astronomers' favourite way to find and count invisible compact bodies is with gravitational lensing. Although black holes are invisible, their gravitational fields warp the paths of light rays that they pass in front of. If a black hole passes between us and a more distant star, that star will briefly brighten as its light gets focused towards us in an effect called microlensing. The Ogle survey recently published new results from their decades-long effort to count compact objects in the Magellanic Clouds this way. They rule out huge mass ranges of primordial black holes as dark matter, everything from half the mass of the Moon up to about 1% of the mass of the Sun, roughly the boundary between brown dwarfs and proper stars. That's a factor of a million in mass.
New resealable packaging keeps Oscar Mayer deli fresh, even deli fresher.
If you ever fly United and want this dinner to help pay for this trip, you should probably have a United Quest.
And in fact, the only remaining mass window that's still wide open to potentially account for all of dark matter is the so-called asteroid mass range of around 10 to the 17 to 10 to the 23 grams, or less than about 0.1% of the Moon's mass. If such small black holes make up all dark matter, we're going to need a lot of them. If PBHs are at the bottom end of that range, 10 to the 17 grams, then we'd expect there to be one such black hole somewhere in our inner solar system right now. At the upper end of this mass range, we might expect one PBH to pass through the entire solar system every century. In between these extremes, we have them passing through the solar system on timescales of months to decades, and that is frequent enough that we should think about how we're going to detect one when it comes. But we're not going to actually see a primordial black hole with a telescope. In the asteroid mass range, our PBHs have event horizons that range from the subatomic to the microscopic. So even if they were visible, they wouldn't be visible. Instead, we'd spot a PBH passing through our solar system in the same way we discovered dark matter in the first place, from its gravitational influence. When an interstellar object enters the solar system, it almost always exits again. The speed it gathers falling into the sun's gravitational field is, by definition, exactly what it needs to escape. Add to this the fact that an interstellar object is on a different orbit to the solar system, so it's already coming in hot with some appreciable fraction of the galactic orbital speed of 220 kilometers per second. The result is that a black hole fly through is going to be pretty quick, with a passage through the inner solar system lasting a few months at most. If this is the sort of black hole produced by the death of a star, a stellar black hole, then its effect on the planetary system would be devastating. Orbits may be significantly altered, planets ejected, and the black hole may even capture planets into its own orbit. However, the effect of an asteroid-mass primordial black hole would be no more significant than an actual interstellar asteroid passing through the solar system, which means almost no effect. Planets are many millions to trillions of times more massive than any such asteroid mass PBH, and so the acceleration a planet experiences due to that passage will be commensurately tiny.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
But tiny isn't zero. Think about it this way. Imagine you and another car are side by side on the highway, both going at exactly 100.00 kilometers per hour. Your cruise control glitches and you speed up to 100.01 kilometers per hour. You don't notice that right away, but an hour later, your car will be 10 meters ahead. That's an entire car length, which you'll definitely notice. In the same way, a tiny parts per trillion change in a planet's position will be visible over years. Let's say a PBH in the upper middle-ish of our asteroid mass range, 10 to the power of 21 grams, passes through our solar system a little way outside the orbit of Mars. The red planet's change in speed would be pretty much unmeasurable at the time, but after a decade it would add up to a difference in position of about 1 meter compared to the expected location. That also sounds pretty hard to measure, given the tens of millions of kilometer distance between the Earth and Mars. But there are two factors that make this actually possible. The first is that the motion of the planets is predictable with clockwork precision. The planets are slaves to the law of gravity, whether Newton's or Einstein's. If we know the positions and velocities of a system of gravitating bodies at one point in time, we can trace their motion far into the future. Neptune was discovered based on a small discrepancy in the motion of Uranus, and that was calculated with pen and paper in the middle 1800s. Modern computers can compute the future motion of the planets with incredible precision, although including the gravitational influence of the many smaller residents of the solar system starts to make it complicated, and I'll come back to that. Knowing precisely where a planet is, even down to the centimeter, isn't helpful if we can't actually measure the distance to that planet with the same precision. But fortunately, that is also within humanity's skill set. We don't measure distances to planets directly. Instead, we measure the travel time of light. Conveniently, the speed of light in the near vacuum of interplanetary space is constant and extremely well known. So, timing the round trip of light from Earth and back gives us a distance that's as precise as the stopwatch we use to measure that trip. And we do have some exceedingly precise atomic stopwatches these days. One of the most precisely measured distances in the solar system is the Earth-Moon separation. It's known to about 1 millimeter precision thanks to the retroreflectors, fancy mirrors placed on the lunar surface by the US, the Soviets, and now India. The precision of that measurement of the Earth-Moon distance makes the Moon sound like a good option for a black hole detector. But it's actually not our best option. The fact that the Moon is so close means we can't really treat it as a single point. Both the Earth and Moon are big, slightly irregular balls that squish and stretch in each other's gravity. Although we can measure the distance to those retroreflectors with amazing precision, it's hard to convert that into a well-defined distance to the Moon. The trick then...
Want a glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now
is to look further, to Mars. While Mars doesn't yet have a retroreflector big enough to do this, we have something that may be even better, our own satellites orbiting Mars. At any one time over the past 20 years, we've had at least 3 different functioning spacecraft in Martian orbit. It's straightforward enough to get an exact distance to any one of these based on the signal travel time, and the satellites can use complex triangulation to get their own altitude above the Martian surface. By collecting these distances over time for multiple spacecraft, we can now define and keep track of a robust distance to Mars and we've been able to do so for 20 years. We can likely spot the 1 meter offset caused by that 10 to the power of 21 PBH that we saw earlier, and perhaps even a 10 centimeter-ish offset caused by a PBH 10 times smaller. And that covers half of the possible ranges for PBH masses. Okay, so apparently we can both predict and measure the location of Mars with the precision needed to tell if it strayed by a foot or two from where it was supposed to be. But how do we know that it was caused by a passing black hole? The solar system is a busy place, packed with planets, moons, dwarf planets, asteroids, comets. The mini tweaks that the Earth and Mars might get from a PBH is just one of millions of mini tweaks, all of which must be accounted for if the signal from the black hole is to be separated from the noise. In fact, any asteroid in the inner solar system with a mass comparable to our PBH would need to be included in the calculations. Otherwise, its gravitational effect will completely wash out the effect that we're searching for. The good news is that while 10 to the power of 20 grams or so makes the black hole as small as an atom, it makes an asteroid of that mass about 100 kilometers across, and all asteroids that big are pretty well tracked. Also, a PBH flyby will have a very different trajectory to a solar system asteroid. Objects in the solar system orbit pretty close to the same plane that the planets orbit in, and all that speed's low enough to keep them bound to the sun's gravitational field. A passing PBH will be moving quite a bit faster and could come in at any angle relative to the plane of the solar system. In-plane flybys will tend to tweak the planet's speed, but keep it in the same plane. Steeper flybys will tend to tug a planet slightly out of plane, altering its orbital inclination.
This July at Renewal by Anderson.
The change in a planet's position due to an extrasolar object versus a solar system object may be quite distinct. Let's talk about the two experiments that we can do. One we can do right now, and one is for the future. We currently have about 20 years of precision data on the position of Mars, and in principle, we could find the signs of past PBHs in these data. Some preliminary efforts have been made to analyze this, but not with any conclusive results, because it's going to require some very sophisticated simulations to analyze the data properly. The proper way to do this is by running many computer simulations to map the space of possible ways in which the orbit of Mars could evolve in response to the gravitational influence of known and unknown solar system objects. That will tell us whether, at some time in the past 20 years, Mars strayed from this space of probable orbits in a way consistent with an interaction with a massive flyby. Then, we add potential extrasolar visitors to our simulation to see how well Mars's trajectory is explained by different flyby masses and trajectories. There's no direct way to tell if such a flyby was really a PBH or just an extrasolar asteroid of the same mass. If we find it in these old data, then by now that object will be long gone, so we can't look for it with our telescopes. We do know that there are such asteroids living out there between the stars, for example, Oumuamua, although that object is way below our desired mass range. However, if dark matter is made of primordial black holes at these masses, then those PBHs need to be way more abundant than extrasolar asteroids. So, if we find way too many such kicks to the Martian orbit in those 20 years of data, it's good evidence that they're coming from PBHs and not asteroids. Okay, so that's the experiment we can do now, and astronomers are indeed working on this. But what we'd really want to do is get a more direct observation. Monitoring future data from Mars can allow us to notice a change in the planet's motion within a few years, if we're lucky. And then it might be possible to track the offending source of gravity as it coasts away from the solar system. If it's an asteroid, then it'll be visible to a sufficiently giant telescope. If it's a black hole, it won't be. We may identify the source of dark matter by observing nothing. It may be that to find the next level of action in particle physics, we'll need to build a particle collider the size of the solar system. Well, we already have a solar system-sized particle detector that could discover dark matter, assuming dark matter is made of countless subatomic-sized black holes with the masses of asteroids, in which case we can solve dark matter from the minuscule shifts that they cause in planetary paths.
No, it's not the deli. It's Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
It knows I do the shopping.
Power has ranked Nissan number 1.
That's crazy. I hate.
Thank you to AnyDesk for supporting PBS. Scientists often find themselves in some of the remote corners of the world, and whether you're in a remote location or just working from home, the need for reliable, secure... Thank you to Brilliant.org for supporting PBS. Life as we know it is carbon-based, but does it have to be that way? There is another element on the periodic table that shares some of the key properties of carbon, but is far more abundant on most planets. I'm talking about silicon. So, could there be silicon-based life out there?
Silicon.
All of the chemical machinery of life, all biochemistry is based around the carbon atom, at least as far as we know. If we want to understand the possible diversity and abundance of life in the universe, we need to ask whether this is the only option. Perhaps the most popular alternative, at least in science fiction, is silicon-based life. We have the xenomorphs of the Alien series, to the giant space worm in Star Wars, and many, many others. So why are sci-fi writers so into silicon-based life? Because it really is the most promising non-carbon prospect due to its chemical similarity. It's also more abundant on Earth than carbon. So can life be based on silicon, and if so, why aren't we silicon-based? When we say life is carbon-based, we don't just mean that life uses carbon a lot. We mean that literally every aspect of the molecular machinery that makes up life is based around the chemistry of carbon. Carbon chains and rings form the scaffolding for an enormous variety of molecules which enable the raw machinery of life, from DNA and RNA to amino acids and proteins to all the structures built by these. Biochemistry is by definition the chemistry of carbon. In fact, biochemists don't even write carbon in their formulae, they just draw bent lines and they know that that's supposed to be a carbon atom. So why is carbon so favoured by life? Is it just that the first life form happened to be carbon-based, so everything else got stuck with that atom? Or is carbon-based chemistry really the only way that life can happen, anywhere, ever? Ultimately, carbon's incredible utility comes down to the way it bonds with other elements, which enable the right balance of reactivity and stability. To understand this, we need to think about energy. Nature will always try to get to the lowest energy state that it possibly can. A stick of dynamite, for example, is in a high energy state due to all of the energy stored in the chemical bonds of its nitroglycerin molecules. If the atoms of this molecule find a way to a lower energy state, they'll go for it, explosively releasing all of that energy in the process of converting the nitro into smaller molecules. Nitroglycerin is unstable because it only takes a little energy to break its tenuous bonds, which in turn releases a lot more energy than went in, initiating a chain reaction. That reaction only goes in one direction because it's not energetically favourable to reassemble all the smaller molecules back into the nitro. Life is basically an ongoing chemical reaction. You don't want the chemistry of life to be unidirectional. You don't want all of the raw ingredients to end up in the same overly stable molecules with no way back. That means the reaction is over, which for life means, well, death. At the same time, you want the molecules doing the work of life to be stable enough. They need to last long enough to do their jobs. In other words, you want a balance of reactivity and stability. Let's figure out what elements might be good for reaching this balance. And to start, we're going to open up the entire periodic table to see what we can rule out. The key is in what types of chemical bonds a given element can make. There are three main bond types: ionic, metallic, and covalent.
Get a taste of new Lipton Fusions, made with 50% less sugar than regular sodas.
When you combine the calm of Hawaii with the fun of Disney.
Ionic bonds are way too unstable, while metallic bonds result in repeating structures, crystals, which don't have the chemical variety needed for life. Covalent bonds are really the only option. In these, atoms share electrons with one or more neighbours in order to fill up their outer or valence shells. For example, carbon has 4 valence electrons. It wants 8 for maximum stability. It achieves that stability by connecting to, say, 4 hydrogen atoms and sharing their single electron. This also gives each of those hydrogen atoms 1 more electron to fill up their own valence shells. The result of this arrangement is methane. Now, the cool thing about covalent bonds is that there are countless ways to do this electron sharing, enabling enormous diversity and modularity. For example, if we remove a hydrogen from 2 methane molecules and then stick those together, we have ethane. Now replace one of the hydrogens with an oxygen and we have ethanol. Covalent bonds are the key to the complex and resilient molecular structures needed for life. With this in mind, we can look at the periodic table and rule out all of the elements that form mostly ionic or metallic bonds, which is actually most elements. We're keeping things that are good at forming covalent bonds, even if they also sometimes bond in those other ways. We can also rule out the noble gases since they are barely reactive at all, and the halogens because they're just too much trouble. It's hard to get them to form covalent bonds with more than one element at the same time, and when they react with something it's usually in an explosive manner. Finally, we're going to scrap elements in rows 4 and below. Although these may form covalent bonds, these atoms are so large that the nucleus doesn't hold the electrons with enough strength, leading to dangerously weak molecules. By the way, this is the reason that arsenic is toxic. Cells can accidentally build molecules using arsenic in place of phosphorus due to them having the same number of valence electrons. When that happens, the resulting
How do I
molecules
start
will
the
burn,
invention
destroying important structures in the cell or interrupting important processes. And if this happens too much, the cell will die. After making our cuts, we're only left with 7 elements: hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, silicon, phosphorus, and sulfur. Of these, all but silicon are considered fundamental building blocks of life on Earth. Other elements are used by life for very specific functions, but hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur are the most important. And of these, carbon is by far the most critical because it provides the scaffolding of all biochemistry. The reason it's good for this is that it forms strong bonds with itself, and it does so in a variety of ways. In fact, of the 6 building blocks of life, only carbon can form both 1D and 2D structures with itself. In our process of identifying elements that may be useful for life, we got to the 6 main building blocks plus silicon. But why did silicon get dropped by evolution? This seems weird because silicon is chemically similar to carbon, also having 4 valence electrons. Silicon can imitate carbon and form long chains and rings, and the resulting molecules often have similar properties to molecules made with carbon. To give you just one example, we can make silicon oils, and they feel and look just like other kinds of oil.
This July at Renewal by Anderson, pay nothing, zero zilch nada, for 8.
It's the only other element capable of forming complex covalent scaffolds and supporting a large diversity of molecules. Despite all of this, Earth life makes less use of silicon than it does for many of the trace elements like iron. This seems extra strange when you remember that silicon accounts for more than 28% of the mass of Earth's crust. On the other hand,
else is
carbon makes up
25%?
only around 0.02% of the crust.
Yep.
This tells us that carbon must have substantial advantages over silicon. So, let's talk about some of the issues with silicon as a basis for life. One huge one is that silicon-based molecules tend to be far more reactive with water than carbon-based. In fact, although silicon chemistry is extremely diverse,
So we hate water?
most complex silicon molecules are unstable in water. You can see how this would be a problem for silicon-based life on our very watery Earth. In general, life needs a solvent, a liquid medium that allows molecular machinery to move around and interact. Water is incredible
need
for
oil?
this. Its thermal stability, power as a solvent, and abundance through the universe make it the best and perhaps even the only decent choice of the base solvent for life. The instability of most silicon molecules in water is actually a huge blow to the viability of silicon-based life. However, water is not our only option. A much greater variety of silicon-based molecules are stable in liquid hydrocarbons, which are present on the moons of the gas giants, and even in sulfuric acid, which is abundant in Venus's atmosphere. Both cases have their issues. Liquid hydrocarbons are cold, which among other things means they have trouble holding in solution the large complex molecules that at least known life relies on. Sulfuric acid is chemically extremely aggressive, perhaps too much for life to get started. On the other hand, xenomorphs are silicon-based and they do have acidic blood. Makes sense that they're silicon in sulfuric acid based. If that's what Venusian life is like, let's cancel the Cloud City construction program before the space horror begins. There is one way to potentially get silicon-based life in water, and that's by coupling silicon with either carbon or oxygen for our scaffolding molecule. Chains of these pairs of atoms can produce some chemical diversity. However, neither case seems to provide significant advantage over just using carbon chains. Another reason that silicon seems implausible as a scaffolding element for life is that the stuff really loves forming bonds with oxygen. Silicon forms stronger bonds with oxygen than with any of the other building blocks of life, and certainly more so than other silicon atoms. Silicon-based molecules are easily broken by oxygen, and silicon-oxygen bonds are hard to break in turn. This means reactions tend to go in one direction when there's oxygen available. And the strength of the silicon-oxygen bond is perhaps the main reason that silicon is rarely used by life on Earth. Although there's an awful lot of it, Earth's silicon is locked up in rocks and it is inaccessible to life. On the other hand, most of Earth's carbon is in CO2 in the atmosphere, which is relatively easily accessible through photosynthesis. There is one sense in which the strength of the silicon-oxygen bond could be useful for life, and that's in energy generation. Let's think about where our energy comes from. It's from the conversion of oxygen molecules which contain a ton of energy in their bonds into CO2 molecules which contain very little. The simplest way to get that energy is to set something on fire, which works great for steam engines but not so great for cells. The mitochondria in our eukaryote cells liberate that energy with a few more chemical steps, finally storing it in the ATP molecule. So, could silicon-based aliens get energy by converting O2 into silicon dioxide?
New resealable packaging keeps Oscar Mayer deli fresh, even deli fresher.
Good, because SiO2 is even more stable than CO2, so there's more energy to liberate. The problem is that while CO2 is a gas that can be expelled easily, silicon dioxide is silica. It's sand. It's coarse and rough and gets everywhere. I hate it. It's not something you want to be building up in your cells or in your lungs. And this wouldn't be a small amount of sand either. A regular person exhales about 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide throughout the day, meaning silicon aliens would need to cough out a good amount of sand, or poop out glass beads or something. Probably there's a way around the issue, but it's certainly not as convenient and energy cheap as exhaling CO2. And with life, any little saving of energy is a big deal. Let's summarize. In certain conditions, silicon potentially has the chemical diversity for an alien biochemistry, but those conditions are pretty specialized and are far less ideal than the ones that support carbon-based life. It seems that if life has the option of using carbon, then it should do so. But it's not impossible that in highly unusual environments, there could be silicon-based life. But what would that life look like? For decades, science fiction authors have imagined silicon-based life as variations of living crystals or rocks. That's because the common form of silicon on Earth is just that. But we carbon-based creatures don't look like walking diamonds or pencil leads, so there's no reason to think of silicon-based aliens looking particularly crystally. Well, actually there is a reason. And that's because living silicon crystals already exist on Earth. Let me present you with diatoms. These are single-celled organisms that have incorporated silicon into their cell walls, making them rigid and basically just silica crystals that encapsulate all the parts of the cell inside them. These beautiful living crystals live simple lives. They just float around on the ocean in long chains, photosynthesizing and producing half of the oxygen that we breathe. Now, to be clear, diatoms are not silicon-based life. It's just that their cell walls are silicon, everything inside them is based on carbon. But they are at least a proof of concept that one important component of life, the cell wall, can be built from silicon. Okay, so what have we learned? Well, silicon-based aliens are probably slightly overrepresented in fiction compared to their likely frequency out there in the universe. In fact, carbon in water is such an astoundingly good option for biochemistry that there may be no other game in town. Even Carl Sagan called himself a carbon chauvinist for this reason. We'll probably be more similar than different to the alien species of our first contact. But let's not ignore the hydrocarbon lakes of Titan or the acid cloudscapes of Venus, where silicon-based critters may expand our notion of what is possible in the variety of life across space-time. Thank you to Brilliant.org for supporting PBS. Brilliant is an online learning platform for STEM with hands-on interactive lessons. Brilliant.
Okay, let's finish this. I'm gonna be on. Oh. West? Oh boy. Alright. Well, that's gonna be it for me.